God damn it. Hello everyone, how we doing? This is not what I was hoping. This is not what I was going for when I picked spooky music. Spooky DMCA free music, but I mean, hey, sure, whatever. How are we all doing? How are we all doing this fine eve? I know it's Friday, but Pendog updated early. So I was like, I need to. And also, I know I said I was gonna take this week off. And I'm doing better, honestly. I think just the shittiness of yesterday kind of, you know, this is what I was going for. Okay, hold on. That's bullshit. Give me a second. Spooky DMCA free? And this is from the Castlevania Netflix soundtrack? Yeah, bullshit, girl. Hold on, let's see if I can't find something else. This one should... No, it has Mew on it. Last time we did the Pendog stuff, I had a playlist on it, and it was it had fucking the artist Mew on it. And I definitely got some copyright claims on those videos. So I'll try to find something that's spooky. Let's see, spooky stream. I don't want it to be silent, and I don't want it to be Popski. Cause that's not gonna fucking that's not God damn it. Why do all of them have Mew on it? Spooky gems for stream. What about you? You have 12 songs. That's gonna get here we go. No copyright. Should be. You have 46 fucking minutes of music. God damn it. This is the one I fucking had last time. You know what? Fuck it. We'll do this one. The one I had last time. I'm gonna see if I can't skip through the Mew tracks, though. But anyway, hello. Did you not hear your reaction to my first message when I joined the chat? Oh, I didn't have a reaction to it. I could also, I could say, like, I better be the prettiest Sarah you know. But, you know, I know I'm at least, on a good day, I'm like 7. I'm like a 7 out of 10. On a good day. I know I'm attractive. Just not confident enough to say I'm like an 8 to a 10. Oh, also, how's the music compared to me? Do I need to turn it up or do I need to turn it down? Oh, my personality is 9 out of 10. Thank you. At least one person thinks that. I wouldn't go that far. Music is alright. Alright. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and do some Pendog exploration today because we had a big update. We had a big update, not a mini update, a big update. Big update. I am always going to start on the trigger warnings page just in case some people come in and are like, "Ooh, wait, I've heard of Pendog. What are the trigger warnings?" All of this shit and more is what you can kind of look forward to. Slash, like, if you are not okay with any of these, I suggest you don't. I suggest you either, pace yourself, or you don't, watch it if you're, So it does say insects here, for one of them, and I know for a fact that this update is going to contain a lot of bees, because Beatrice BE is the focus of them. Is like one of the focuses of this update. So yeah, if you don't like bees, not the bees, they're in my eyes. But if you don't like bees, I suggest you don't. If you really don't like bees, because I think they're going to be cartoon bees, but you never know. So let's first go ahead and start with the updates, because we actually have an update this time. Falling into new habits. Oh, that's right. Anyway. Hi everyone, Penny M here. Happy fall. I hope you all had a wonderful summer and maybe even got a nice break during it as well. Over here, it was a bit of an adjustment period, especially since I've never experienced a summer like that before. It was humid, it was sweltering. Missouri summers. Oh, it was sweltering. When possible, Emma and I stayed indoors and avoided the sun. Worked on the website, and some days I was even asked not to come into work because of how hot it had gotten. Wow, shit. But on the other hand, it was fun getting to stay indoors and watch movies every night. Oh. We've made a habit of to start watching some of the classics you always hear about in film class, but never actually check out because they're described, the way they're described is so stifling and boring. I took a film class in community college, and the teacher was I liked the teacher a lot, especially because he didn't show us like all of the oh yes, we're going to watch Citizen Kane and a Fight Club, and he showed us some of them were fairly unconventional movies, and some of them were made sense. He actually showed us The Manchurian Candidate, which is a really good movie that you should watch if you have the time. It's a very good, it's kind of horror-y, but it's definitely a Cold War movie. It's definitely a Cold War movie. Anyway. Well, for example, and this is relevant to the update, Emma and I recently looked into the filmography of Marina Gossamer, the only named voice actor in Beatrice B.E.'s history. Oh, hey! Before becoming the voice behind our favorite queen, she was an actress who sadly lost most of her filmography during the Snatch warehouse fire of 1964. Wow, the Snatch warehouse. The Pussy warehouse. Sorry. I know. I just thought Snatch Warehouse, I've heard, snatch is a slang term for the vagina. So I was like, haha. You wouldn't know it today because it isn't mentioned in any books, but at the time she was apparently very famous, as we will discuss in her history article. Only one of her films has survived into modern day, that being The House with a Beat. Like a heartbeat or like a rumba beat. Which was an absolute joy to watch with Emma. The way people talked about this film makes it so boring. It's a film about the banality of architecture. It's such an important historical movie. It's sublime. Most sides describe it as a film in which a woman hallucinates about her dead husband trying to kill her. Ah. Yes. A horror movie. Which is very bizarre because if you watch the movie, it's so much more than that. Makes you wonder if anyone writing these actually bothered to watch the movie, or if they were trying to give it a sense of heightened grandeur because they were embarrassed it was a horror movie, probably. Or they were absolutely just like, oh, high and mighty. A lot of film majors are very, very, like, just absolutely fucking pompous. I will say. I have a friend who's a film major, not very pompous guy, but very eccentric in certain ways. Anyway, I feel like it would take an entire separate article to talk about this film. Maybe in the future you can make a movie side blog to this site that details the plots of mentioned films. But all I can say is you need to watch it. I would love to, but I don't think it exists. Out of curiosity, is it The House with a Beat? Is it an actual movie? Probably not. No, looks like just the house with a clock on its walls, which the house with a clock on its walls, which oops, no, don't need nope. I clicked on the Twitch tab and I hadn't switched over to here, so it's just repeating. Anyway, it's so strange, so weird, so I'm kind of struggling to think how to describe it to you. The best I can say is that it's a ghost story without a traditional ghost. Whatever you think is going on in the house isn't actually what's happening. Isn't what's actually happening. But speaking of Beatrice, I have a very special update for you because we recently received a large donation of items related to the character and her owner's company history. I also thought this was a good chance to actually go over the history of the Waddle Bee Company and how they left their mark in America, for better and mostly for worse. I'm mainly excited because we really haven't discussed her since last winter. I'm sure she'll appreciate her time in the spotlight. You know that we here at Pendog Creative Library don't gloss over history, even when it gets bleak. So I hope you are prepared for some of the topics discussed in the history articles this update. May I remind you, we have a trigger warning. So... the topics include racism in the work industry and child abuse. Yep, if you don't like those, that's gonna be covered. If you can't, if that's like not your jam, which it shouldn't be your jam, if you're not comfortable with seeing that, you shouldn't be. You know what I mean. You're not comfortable with discussion of these. Another note before we get into the thick of it. I received complaints in the past due to not mentioning where I'm getting all of my information from. I will make an effort with this update to provide first-hand accounts. That being said, please keep in mind that many interviewees request not to have their full names listed on the website. Strange. I hope you will respect their privacy, and I apologize for leaving such a vital aspect of history out of my articles. In the future, I will do my best to get more personal accounts from on-the-ground sources. For this update, I had the pleasure of talking to many ex-employees of part of the Bartleby brands. Oh boy. Alright. As for the articles, this update contains the following. History articles. Factory number 9. Number 9. Aaron Fulch. The Bellatons and Bartleby union busting. Oh, good. Marina Gossamer. And for the Creative Archives is Abstract Mother by Jane Prell. Hollywood Hall's theme. Ooh. Hollywood Hall's selection of novels. Ooh. Bartleby Union Strike Materials. Beatrice teaches about unions. PSA. Oh. Bartleby Brand's Wildflower Seed Mix. Bartleby Brand's Flight of the Carpenter Bees song. Bartleby Brand's Honeybug program. Seymour and Strawberry concept art. Get some more Seymour and Strawberry. Hell yeah, baby. Bartleby advertising posters. Early Beatrice concept art. Original BE model sheet, 1930s. Bartleby rules for factory workers. Oh no. The Beatrice BE song. The Bartleby Brands mixed candies. Telelectrica family tour brochure. See more butts. Sorry, I just heard the whisper from the song. See you all next time. See more butts. Maybe I'm not sure if that's his name. I'm not sure if that's his last name. I mean, there is a character in the Ace Attorney games named Larry Butts. So all right, well, where shall we start? You know, I think what we should do first here, go to Winerva's page, because she usually has the key for decrypting certain things on the website. Oh, I see. Okay. That was from the last update. It's a very good place to start. God. Ooh. Yes. More Winerva videos. Fuck yeah. My sixth sense is sensing something. Ooh. Ooh.
Well, hello, friends. It has been quite a spell since our last in-person.
Yes, it has.
In puppet. Face-to-face chat, hasn't it? I must rest these old and tired limbs from time to time, so I do apologize. However, when gazing through my special eyes,
I have special eyes. Look with your special eyes. My brand. I can't see special eyes without hearing. Look with your special eyes. My brand. I have special eyes.
I saw that our beloved Penny M finally deemed it time to talk about yours truly in her articles. What a wonderful honor. I have always preferred to keep to myself in the attics and cornfields of my many literary jaunts. But I know why you're here.
Of course.
Don't worry. This horror host has in her pocket a selection of helpful tricks and clues for you. Have you read?
Where's the dogs and why are they holding pens? Well, there is at least one dog. 2 dogs on this side. There's of course Maisie the Mutt and there was another one. It was a hound. Yo, Podge got Discord drops. Also, I'm doing the hunk challenge. Fuck me. I have Discord drops? What? I wonder if the people who make these do the people close to them know, or do they just have people all over and they question random puppets around? What do you mean? I wonder if the people who make these do the people close to them know, or do they people over? They have people over and they question random puppets. What? Well, using relines and save state's not legit. Fuck that. Yes, if people subscribe to you, they can get nitro. I think. Oh, that's a Twitch thing. I thought it was like. Got it. Also, my legit playthrough. I beat Claire B. Nice. Also, half listening, half here, as I'm playing Fall Guys at the same time. All right. Also, holy shit, 6 minutes.
Creator's books. Penny was very thorough in her analysis. I hear a humming, see a looming structure, taste the hint of honey in the air. I feel the wind from the fluttering of wings. It
Beatrice?
is, of course, from that devious, delectable Bartleby bee.
Devious? Ooh, that's a new one. That's a new descriptor for Beatrice.
A playful sort with a love of tricks and games. It would be cheating to sabotage her rules. But, on the topic of rules, in Opal Eyes, Tawny begins noting the number.
I need to write those down. Give me a second. I should have had my notes app ready. Really should have had my notes app ready, but hey. Notepad time, have fun, absolutely, yep. Red words. That's what the title of this page is going to be so far. I thought Spiders was scary in Resi 2, and then I played Resi 3. Oh god. I forgot to heal Mr. Slappy on Claire B. Mr. Slappy on Claire B one-shotted me. Died like 3 or 4 times on Claire B legit. Yo. That's actually not bad. What the fuck? Anyway, so Opal Eyes. Number of angels.
Changes with his brother, and his parents have an unspoken rule about not voicing them.
Rule.
Both actions, sadly, not enough to save them. I always felt particular about that story, but my creator loathed it. If I recall, it was never intended to be published to begin with. A little thought exercise on his part that an overzealous agent pushed through. In regards to that bee, however, I have heard that there is a persistent hum to her. If the noise was born from the buzzing of wings or the shivering pipes and wires, even I cannot say. Where one thing ends and the other begins is a difficult task. Much like the hummingbirds encountered by the unlucky Hank and his community in the Claims 12th book. They try their best to search into the noise.
Search to Oh. Sorry, I'm just...
only to find answers that further confuse and frighten. Poor Isaac. Such a bitter little tale his is. Chased by that closet forever, and always in the minds of those who read a story without resolution.
Her voice kind of relaxing, lol. Isaac, like the binding. Yeah, I love her voice. Her voice actor is so good.
If Jane is any example, some people will be chased forever, won't they?
Oh.
Her and her father, chased and scorched by that cruel...
Scorched. Sorry it took so long to get here. I was putting cream into my eyeballs. I see. Don't have to apologize for being late. Didn't need to know you were putting cream into your eyeballs. What kind of cream? Like whipped cream or ice cream or taco cream or cream.
thing that does not exist literally, but metaphorically in their lives. Although the bloated body of Jane's mother washed the sore months ago,
What?
she will forever be pursued by the memory. She even put a name to it.
Name.
As the curtains draw inwards, choking and obscuring all, I recall another set of curtains written up the beginning of the series that would eventually...
You can see? That's nice. I can't see shit. I'm kidding. My eyes getting used to it. Medicated cream. I hate touching my eyeball, and doctors like, fuck drops. You got this cream shit. And I'm like, please no.
introduce me to you. Beginning of the... recall another set of curtains written up the beginning of the series that would eventually introduce me to you. An unpleasant smell they had, for while they looked like curtains, they were not curtains entirely. No, they were hungry, greedy things, which I suppose is fitting, given the things you will infer from this game. The way the curtains moved in the book was of particular wonderment to me, like vines, curling and coiling, similar to the proboscis of a butterfly. Oh, that reminds me. That abominable, pitiful thing that haunted the strange forest marshes by which Ruby lived with her brothers. A fun book. A monster I respect. It was always a surprise that, given the Butterfly Man's popularity, humble little me was the one destined to take the spotlight.
Butterfly Man?
I hope it does not begrudge me. But I also suppose such a tired and weary thing is happy to be allowed to rest. If only the other characters here were so lucky. Unfortunately, once some taste the air of this world, they cannot separate from it. They yearn for more, like that awful, dreadful red. And finally, there is Beth. She fled that awful place in the end, while her tormentors were taken apart in the attic. If the story was ever continued, I like to think she took me with her. Wherever it was she went in the imagined stories of Mr. Klein. Much as she fled that place, you must flee this place too.
I don't like that. You must flee this place too. You dropped spiders in here, I won't think twice about doing that, but... Okay.
For if you found all that was to be found of this game, you'll know there is one last place you must go before visiting Penny's Crying Corners. You've been given the pieces, you just have to fit them together. How talkative I am, and will be if you look around. But for now, that is all. Try not to let my tales frighten you too much, won't you?
You told me to flee. How can I not be at least a little frightened? Holy shit. So, a second, leave this place, Podge. Unlike at her. Well, leave them, fool. Okay, so Opal Eyes for changes. Rule, heard. Search into the noise. So I've noticed something here. There isn't a mention of the word sight, but Opal Eyes is, represents, of course, sight. There is, of course, the word heard, searched into noise, smell, taste. These are all senses. The only one that hasn't been mentioned technically is touch. So, oh, hey, here's all the... Oh, okay, that's neat. So, the last update, there were trick-or-treaters all over the site. But, since the Halloween update is, past, they have decided to put, instead of just removing the trick-or-treaters, they put all the trick-or-treaters here. That's neat. Along with some of the, decorations they had. And houses, I guess. That's super neat. I kind of like that. Okay, so we're going to keep this open just in case. Tune my brain out and tune back in. Who we touching? We ain't touching no one. Not yet. Let's start the music again.
Make you weak and bleak. I wanna know that if you might notice. Find that perfume, I can smell a mile away. The floor squeaking, you're the one sneaking. Stuck up on the ceiling, think it's time to raise the stakes. When you're not there, but you're not there. Put your bare hands up on my mattress, you're like a little pest. Notify.
Oh.
Lullaby become the soul in my chest. Stop. Don't
These are older ones. Okay, so Abstract Mother. Yet? So, first liquor, I just ignore them, run past them, like, yeah, no, bye. Oh, yeah, we're not touching anyone yet, we might, I don't know. Okay, Abstract Mother by Jane Prowl. One of the final works by Jane Prowl, this artwork is perhaps one of her greatest achievements in experimenting with her new art style. As mentioned in previous articles, Jane had grown discontent with using rubber hose-styled artwork, moved away into much more shape-focused UPA style, which of course led her to the infamous Slishy Slasher character. The work is astonishing for both its use of color and the amount of detail it contained within it. There are so many things happening at once in a single canvas, and yet they flow together in a way that reads clearly to the viewer. The many hands of the sun are layered upon one another. Might be easy to assume they were duplicated and mirrored, but upon closer inspection, each one has been drawn individually. The yellow and orange hues are broken up by a singular blue element in the drawing, the Slishy Slasher, creating the feeling of oneself drowning in an ocean of fire. Can colors hurt a person? guess it can. I guess they can. In this illustration, they are certainly presented as having a capacity for harm. A teardrop quickly evaporating within an inferno, and of course, Slishy Slasher being robbed of something by the ritually abstract mother. Various fiery hands down to the clutch and pluck away what we can assume is a younger, more innocent version of the UPA killer. In what can be found through the posts online, the abstract mother was said by Jane to be a malicious force, an embodiment of power imbalance, and the ever-changing shape of sadism. A manifestation of every bully, abuser, mean-spirited adult, etc. Something that hurt people because it could and because it knows that nothing can fight back against it. Displaying a twisted form of parental attention, it takes glee in the meek flinch and cower. All of this, of course, could be applied to the artist's troubled home life, the ultimate rebuke towards her mother, and a statement of what her life must have been living in the same household as someone so monstrous. It's an expression of helplessness under the power of something so vast, so intense, that you cannot hope to pull away from its orbit alone. Damn. Okay. Holy shit. That's a lot to take in. Eesh. Okay. Old Hall's theme. Well, we're gonna have to turn off the music again real quick. Because I want to hear this. Wait. Oh, wait! We have heard this. It's a little loud, I know, but there's no volume control in this. That's good. I will say it has nothing on the Goosebumps theme though. Bum 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 bum. Wonder if what is hidden in the song. There might be something. There might not be. Sometimes there is. Sometimes there isn't. I don't think that's a spectrogram. Usually spectrograms sound weird. What shirt are you wearing? I am wearing pink with frilly sleeves. Also, thank you for putting that in the chat, Snake. Bum 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 bum. Woof 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 woof. Bum 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 bum. I love that song. Oh man, I Goosebumps was such a good memory for me. And the song from The Outer Wilds is real quiet. Here we go. Alright. If not watching, how send a message? Officially titled The Haunts in a Dream, the intro music for the beloved horror TV show Hallowed Halls was written and composed by American musician Buddy Dewitt. who, buddy, do it! Who has had a long career of composing for television. In behind-the-scenes interviews, he would discuss the process behind creating the iconic intro song at length. He stated that he wanted to give the show an ominous yet alluring soundtrack, something that was eerie yet at the same time lulled the audience into a sense of familiarity and chill comfort. Listening to the music, one can definitely feel the tones intended by their creator. It carries a mellow atmosphere that haunting interjections that tie the track together. This music would be used for every season of Hallowed Halls, as well as the feature film. Hallowed Halls selection notes. Ooh, look at these drawings. Now that I look back on our older articles, it has become apparent that all of the characters we have talked about at this site, Minerva Woeful, is probably the least discussed of them. This update will aim to rectify that, exploring the world of the Hallowed Halls book series, the Hallowed Halls book series she originates from, as well as discussing why the series is such a big deal in the world of children's horror to begin with. Probably the same reason that Goosebumps is a big deal. Doing great, Podge. You're doing great, sweetie. I said that once in a Discord call. One of my friend's partners had taken over for them on a game while they were going to get like a drink or something, and they absolutely just like they were like crashing into things and shit, and I was like, "You're doing great, sweetie." And they were like, "Don't call me sweetie." I was like, "Okay." Sorry. It's just, "You're doing great, sweetie," though, is just a thing I say sometimes when people are like messing up. We're like, "Oh god, you're doing great, sweetie." Anyway, for those who did not grow up around Hallowed Halls or have not revisited it since they were young, let me give you a brief refresher on their history. Written by Jeffrey H. Klein and illustrated by his wife Deborah, his series started as an experiment on the author's part. Up until then, Jeffrey Klein had only written horror literature for adults, with his books selling moderately well but never reaching the levels of acclaim this series would. Suddenly wonders if at any time Podge has called me sweetie. I don't know. I don't think I've seen you game. It's usually when people are gaming. I see that, and it's like, "You're doing great," and they start like fucking like just absolutely messing up and just being like, "Oh god, you're doing great. Just keep it up. You're doing fine, sweetie. Just keep going." Anyway, Klein had been reading his nephew scary stories before bedtime, as one does. When he came to the conclusion that the stories contained within were lackluster and noticed they did not seem to interest his nephew. "When will a res game let me ride a liquor into battle?" "I ho silver away." I want to see a zombie riding a liquor now. Oh man. Anyway, with this in mind, Klein began to look through other children's horror literature of the time. Similarly to previous encounters, the author found the stories to be extremely uninventive, recycling the same urban legends with mild changes. His major issues with them, however, was that the books took on a generally condescending and detached tone that did not respect their younger audience. Like, you have to ask for consent for writing friends. God damn it. Klein grew concerned that such poor work being the standard, young people might have a harder time getting into horror. They might think it all the same quality of these books and mistakenly think they didn't like horror in general. Whether the hypothesis of true or not, whether this hypothesis of his was true or not, it can be contested, but regardless, it was that spark that drove Klein to create Hallowed Halls. Klein, with the help of his wife, did a lot of research writing the series. They interviewed children all over the country on what they found scary. To him, it was important to see what he could do differently from other books, and how far he could take the horror before it became too much. Spoiler, the answer was that the kids could handle a lot of horror, and the things that scared them could get pretty bizarre. With this information in hand, Klein wrote the first book in a series, which we will discuss now. So that is actually just kind of a thing with children's horror novels. Like, if you've read any, just literally any Goosebumps book, there are some Goosebumps books where it's like, what the this is weird. Illustration of Mr. and Mrs. Klein are sitting in two fancy chairs at the fireplace. The two have dark skin, curling gray hair, and Minerva sits in Mr. Klein's lap reading a copy of Hallowed Halls. Surrounding the two are a variety of oddities such as a unicorn skeleton, butterfly monster, crawling tendrils, strange photos, and shelves stacked high with eerie trinkets, a fish tank, and a hummingbird collection. That is a unicorn skeleton. Oh, and there's the butterfly monster I didn't notice. Friends keep running me and slapping my face. They should be asking your consent to do that. And that's not fair of them that they're not. Before we actually go into the stories, I want to see what they are. The killer curtains at Auntie's house. Attack of the mutant hummingbirds. The closet from outer space. Blight of the butterfly men. The scarecrow seer. I think that's it. Holy shit. Oh no, opal eyes. Oh god. Going to deal with them as shorter Englishmen. Let me stab them toes. Shank, 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 shank. The consent, yeah, consent is important. I'll give an example. Hey Pod, can I slap you? No, I don't like pain. Certain pain. There is certain pain that can be sexy. Getting your hair pulled. Just one of those things you discover when you start, having intimate moments with people. The Killer Curtains at Auntie's House. The first book in the Hallowed Halls series is still regarded as... Wasn't Opal Eyes important? Yes, it was one of the things here. So once we get to Opal Eyes, I will absolutely be looking into that. Still regarded as one of the best among fans, but also one of the tamest. The Killer Curtains at Auntie's House is regarded as one of the best? Something which would rapidly change later on as Mr. Klein found his footing. Before we get into it, I would like to take a moment to appreciate the cover art. The series used a very strict monochromatic color arrangement, with other colors rarely, if ever, showing up. More on that later. The art of Deborah Klein is simply wonderful. It creates an ominous feeling while also being oddly playful in how it chooses to depict the monsters of the stories. I really love the almost bioluminescent glow of the curtains, and the way the ghost of the story phases through the window. Oh shit! I didn't even notice that. This book is a good time to discuss how inventive and vague Jeffrey could get with his horrors he writes. On the surface, the book reads like a simple ghost story about a young boy visiting his weird reclusive aunt's house and then having multiple encounters with an entity lurking in the window of his aunt's bedroom. It doesn't help that the boy's aunt is almost always locked in said room talking to someone. Oh good. Which goes on to reaffirm the boy's belief that the house is haunted. Eventually, however, we discover there is no ghost. No, what is wrong with the room is the curtains are not only not only a living, very ravenous creature, but they also have the power to manifest false visions to those in their proximity. Then the curtains eat the boy as his aunt locks the door to the room. Hair pulling remembers the scene from Final Destination. I still have not seen a full Final Destination movie. It's curtains for you. No. I hate you so much. It's so good. I'm just mad I didn't think of it first. I feel this is a nice first glimpse into what Klein is capable of as an author, but also his vagueness when it comes to explaining horrors. What is going on with the aunt? Why did she end up with this weird creature in her home? Where did the curtains come from? There are hints, like the boy noting the smell of the curtains to remind him of a baby's breath. And the aunt constantly buying baby food, which the boy also has to eat for his meals during the stay. That is actually... So that's actually a point in one of Stephen King, my god. Oh, what is his name? The guy who wrote Goosebumps. Dear Jesus. Guy who wrote Goosebumps, what was his name? But there's a book with a weird ant and baby food. I forgot what it was called. It was one of his shorter stories, not a full book, but along with the fact the ant's room has appears to once have been a nursery, that just leaves us, the readers, with more questions, and everything that comes to mind is disconcerting to say the least. My only real complaint is the book is littered with really obnoxious pranks by the boy, and a very a poor understanding of how a child of the boy's age would talk, with lots of dated slang. Makes it obvious Mr. Klein is still getting comfortable writing with this demographic. Oh, migratory missionary Sokub. I'm sorry, but we don't allow that shit here. Be gone, bot! Anyway, it's a porn bot. It's a porn bot. You say bot befong, kinky bot thought. Mr. Klein is still getting comfortable wording with this. Thankfully, in later books, these faults recode to be hardly noticeable, if present at all. Okay, Attack of the Mutant Hummingbirds. One of my favorites. This is the 20th book of the series, and what a book it is. If the previous story seemed weird to you, then I'm excited to see what makes you think of this. What you make of this one. In it, a local boy, if I have one complaint about these books, is that the protagonists are almost always young boys. No, there was usually a pretty. I was trying to think of Goosebumps, and I was like, huh. Was that a problem with his book? No, his books were pretty diverse in their cast, at least in terms of gender. Named Hank thinks to himself about how during the years he's grown up in this place, has not once been any acknowledgement of the tall abandoned factory at the edge of town. The way the book describes this factory is really good. It makes a particular point to constantly bring up the smokestacks, which are described as burrowing up from the ground like gray worms. Really unpleasant image. Yeah, that is a very unpleasant image. Mutant hummingbirds appear. Yes, it is indeed as abrupt as it sounds. The setup to this book is a little quick before the horror, something pretty unusual for Mr. Klein, but I do appreciate when he switches things up for his stories. In this case, I think the abruptness is part of the eeriness and theme of the creatures. These chittering, slobbering, needle-beaked beasts erupt from the smokestacks to the factory and terrorize the town. Not directly attacking people, but being dangerous because of their extreme speed and sharp beaks. I mean, the car drops glitter when you open it and plays a song non-stop until it dies and drops more glitter if you rip it up, and drowning it in water won't stop it, but still, I mean... What are you talking about? Hank, what? The book describes the creatures as always in motion and having a clumsiness to them that leads the beasts to accidentally run through walls, clothing, cars, and humans. Oh. I don't have enough time to explain between games, but there is a card you can buy, and it's a troll card, and Potter said if I ever got him, that he would swim over the ocean and stab me. Oh, there was a video that was sent. Got it, okay. Story was possibly inspired by real-world incidents in which hummingbirds have flown beak first into people's eyes. There's never been official confirmation on this inspiration. Really love how the birds are portrayed. They have an unsettling human-like quality to the secondary faces on their backs. Ooh. As we will learn later on, the implied reason is pretty harrowing. The reason I like this book series so much is that while the scarier details and implications might fly over the heads of younger readers, there is still enough tangible fear and horror present in the story for those young readers to enjoy it. They may not put together the horrifying implication of why the hummingbirds are swarming, but they will still be frightened by the idea of this little awful beast impaling people and animals in frankly brutal ways. I have sent the video to Podgemeister, oh no. Now I've been eagerly waiting to get into the next part of the story, so let's do that right now. Hank and his friends venture into the factory, intending to see what the source of the problem is, hopefully rid the town of hummingbirds, only to find that it is not actually not a factory, but a facade built around an old abandoned research station. There's no concrete explanation for the current happenings, but there are clues, like what Hank can understand of the research notes discussing wavelengths, relation, and sound. Another odd detail is the countless piles of clothing littering the floor of the laboratory. The story ends with the hummingbirds flying so fast, they dwindle into particles. But for the rest of his days, the protagonist is haunted by the sound of hummingbird wings. Alright, we are actually going to go on a 10-minute break so that I I can go say goodnight to my dog, and also I think use the inhaler. They question who the fuck sent them a card in England. Alright, that is not the clock, that's the camera. Alright. So we're gonna go on our usual 10-minute break. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we will have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. We'll see you guys in 10 minutes. We're back. I watched literally 2 TikToks because I had to go, do things. But I watched 2 TikToks and they were the 2 most unhinged TikToks I've seen in a while. One featured Bobobo, which is a fucking great pull. And one of them was a clip from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I noticed I could not find my friend on the game that had been gone for ages. I've been playing alone the entire time. Okay, to me, this is the best Hallowed Halls book. A story that I would not only recommend for children's horror readers, but for horror enjoyers in general. It's a great display of the weirdness and creativity of Mr. Klein's tastes in horror, as well as an interesting concept. For starters, the conceit of this story is very simple. The young troubled boy by the name of Isaac Clark, or the binding of. When a liquor jumps at me, I want to slap him in the face and say, "No, bad." And the liquor be like, and walk away. Wakes up to find a new closet in his room. It has black stripes, feels like sandpaper, and it's cold to the touch, despite being it being in the middle of the summer. Isaac at first ignores the closet. In fact, he spends half the book doing his best to carry on in his deteriorating home life. Home life being outlined in uncomfortable detail several chapters before the closet even enters the picture. Neat. Yay. While also dealing with bullying at school. And left their author's hands, all this time would be spent on the same old nobody believes me antics, in which the boy tries to convince people around him the closet no one is believed. I feel like the closet from outer space that time is utilized in a more interesting way. The closet soon begins to follow Isaac around town, appearing on walls and ceilings wherever he goes. Y'all see that closet in that store wall over there? Yeah, what the fuck? When the closet opens, Isaac rushes to close it before it can open all the way. We never get clarification on why, but the story makes it very clear that Isaac is already aware there are consequences for letting the doors open. From the other side of the door, Isaac can hear what he can only describe as shape noises. The fuck is a shape noise? At night, the closet plays loud music and casts the room in awful colors through the cracks of its doors. I feel like I'm not doing the story any justice because the writing is integral, so the way I describe it makes me feel very repetitive, but trust me, the story is very good at filling the reader with constant dread of the closet. Something I find interesting is how Isaac feels alone in all this. He never goes to an adult for help, nor confides in his friends. The story could be easy to dismiss as stupid horror protagonist behavior. I think we all learn about his home life and parents, the actions are born less out of a lack of thought and more of sort of the notion that there is nobody in that Isaac has the notion that Isaac has that nobody in his life he feels safe to turn to about his problem. Since that thought for sure. A shape noise is probably like something that sounds like a square or an octagon. Oh, really? Slightly related information I have is that Mr. Klein has always rejected the idea of using horror stories to teach moral lessons. In his own words, he refers to, in the case of children's horror, use the genre as a way to throw a lifeline to his audience in order to understand them. He lets the writing take him wherever and is not so concerned with teaching as he is prompting emotional responses or introspection. The closet continues to harass Isaac. When he opens his school locker, it is the interior of a closet. When he opens the cabinet, the same happens. The origin of the closet is not clearly defined, but it appears to act as a catalyst for change within the world as it passively exists within it. People Isaac knows are reduced to clothing on hangers, which thoughtlessly billow in the windy streets. You see, stars drift together above the town to the point the sky turns white. Everyone Isaac interacts with begins to smell like mothballs, and at one point, the closet, which he tries to lock closed, spews out what is only described as something that dances and snaps its square teeth at them. Its square green teeth at them. As chaotic and spontaneous as the events produced by the closet are, it seems there is an... Hold on. Oh, hey, this is part of the Ori soundtrack. Look at that. As chaotic and spontaneous. So I'm in the hospital in Resident Evil 3. A lot of dead people. 0 out of 10, literally doing the opposite of what it's meant for. But the tiny review of Resi 2, very small. Everyone is really well. As chaotic as spontaneous as the events produced by the closet are, it seems that there is an order to them, and whenever Isaac tries to interrupt that order, the back and forth between him trying to mitigate the chaos of the closet, he is punished for it. Eventually, after months of being harassed and emotionally battered by the closet, Isaac just accepts the closet's presence in his life. He lets it open entirely, transforming and changing all in its wake. In today's environment, every horror story about a vaguely gesture towards concept of trauma. A lot of readers might read the ending as Isaac accepting the reality of his home life, coming to terms and learning to live with his issues. Yet to me, this book portrays this acceptance of the closet in a very grim way. There is no relief or elation experienced from letting this thing overtake Isaac's life. It feels like Isaac just gives up and is so tired and exhausted from fighting that he lets this awful object do whatever it wants with him. One detail that will always trouble me about the story is something I intentionally omitted from the introduction. On the first night the closet appears in this room, Isaac describes the structure as being cold to the touch and feeling like sandpaper. Despite Isaac raising his hand to make contact with the object, anxiously preparing to press his fingers against the wooden surface, it was the closet that closed the distance to touch him. Oh! Hey, look at that! We found a secret already. The way in which identity shifts state is concerning, is it? A closet, a humble puppet, shadows on the wall, waiting and gesturing to be inhabited by the thoughts and ideas. Despite the prudish efforts of them to keep them clean and undesecrated. For all the attempts to turn them into empty mansions and uninhabited houses that pad the wallets of real estate companies, they cannot keep them empty. An empty vessel will be filled with the ease and air that flows to occupy that space. A story without an idea, an object without character, impossible. I think that's about the fucking White's house. Hobbies and stuff. Much bite, very ouch. I'm kidding, it's a bit longer than that. Coming out of the closet, not getting battered by the closet, yes. Sometimes people coming out of the closet, sometimes the closet don't let you go, What a tagline for an indie horror movie. Sometimes the closet doesn't let you go. Nope, okay. Ew. After the last article, it feels a bit jarring to discuss a book which contains none of the paranormal cosmic elements of the closet from outer space. I promise, however, that this story has its moments. It's also shorter than the previous story, which, on that note, seems like a good time to point out that Helen Hall's books could often be pretty lengthy, much larger than a typical children's book series of the time. The basis of the second book in the series is adorably based on Mr. Klein's days exploring the wilderness outside his childhood home, looking for the famed West Virginian cryptid Mothman. He wanted to see Mothman to see if his ass really was that fat. Because goddamn, that statue in Point Pleasant is just fucking caked up. I used to listen to a podcast named Spirits. And it's just it's a podcast about like mythology and it discusses mythology and folklore and stuff like that, urban legends, and they have a segment. They have every like few episodes. I think it's like every month they do an episode of your urban legends, in which like people send them urban legends. Say much this last fight with a closet, I won. But they send them in their urban legends, and at one point, someone sent them a story about the Mothman. And let's just say it like, I think in the story it says that the Mothman was their gay awakening. And that, oh man, I think there was something about Mothman, like him wanting Mothman to clap his cheeks. Like, and they were reading the story and they were dying of laughter. Went so fast and made a massive hole in the wall. Oh my god. Maybe you shouldn't throw closets downstairs. I really like getting these little insights and what influence stories they help add more texture to the experience. It makes more sense, but I will save this anecdote for the end of the book summary. I want to write it next time. Sounds fun. A closet or Mothman? The story revolves around our first girl protagonist of the series, Ruby. Ruby is a previous closet down the stairs. Ruby is a pernicious young child who, much like all girls, loves nothing more than goofing around in the forest, getting herself covered in mud, twigs, and leaves, staring at her younger brothers, daring her friends to eat moss. What? And generally being a menace to everyone in the neighborhood. Hell yeah. She's awesome. Penny's like, I want to grow up to be her. The current fixation on Ruby is the local tall tales of her town has about a mysterious figure called the Butterfly Man, which has haunted the town for years. To the point where they have a statue erected of the creature in the town square that tourists often visit. Does it have... Is it caked up? According to the townspeople, those who get too close to the butterfly man risk having their memories sucked out of their head by its long tongue. Ruby is determined to find the creature for herself and thus enlists the help of her two brothers, who reluctantly tag along. I feel like the atmosphere of this book really saves it because the hunt for the creature is one of the unfortunate instances in which Klein substitutes his usually interesting character writing with pranks and gross out humor. Yes, one such example is a disgusting porridge made by Ruby to lure out the butterfly man, ruining it because she refuses to use any ingredient that requires a fraction. 1/3 cup? A lot creators that can't watch now. What happened? Thanks to age restriction. Oh. Things going to mass unfurling. Please don't unfollow me, Snake. Please don't unfollow me. I will miss your gremlin antics. Bye, I'm kidding. Damn. Holy shit. Overall, the plans made by the kids are just not very interesting nor compelling. What is compelling is the way the land is described as being oppressively chokingly humid. Klein does some amazing work building up the awful, gross, swampy forest. But you're 18 plus, so now you have, so how have you not been nuked? Maybe not sexual tag? I can be sexual. There's a line, bisexual. No, UK law, bisexual, not sexual, put the bands away. There's a line in a game, AO the Somnium Files, in which there's like, there's a thing of like, I'll have you fired for sexual harassment. And the main character goes, this isn't sexual or harassment. And then the other character goes, I can make it sexual. Anyway, you really would not want to go into, even if it wasn't hunted by a monster. A lot of the book is spent wanting to scream at these kids to stop playing around. In what is ultimately a very unforgiving and dangerous area. I remember when reading this kid being very put off by the forest section, sometimes having bad dreams about the forest itself. The monster of the story is an interesting case of misdirection. For a lot of the book, Butterfly Man is built up as this fantastical wish-granting being that can teleport, brainwash people, and mess with electronics. All very supernatural behavior. However, when a trio of children finally stumble across Butterfly Man, he is ultimately revealed to be nothing more than a wild animal. There is no man in Butterfly Man, so to speak. I could easily envision this turning into a story about some misunderstood monster that 3 children have to protect from fearful townsfolk. A lot of movies and books have done similar things, so it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. But this is Jeffrey Klein we're talking about, so of course there is some tragic, eerie twist to these circumstances. In this case, it is partly that Butterfly Man is near the end of his life. It's described as decrepit, with eyes that have long since clouded over and wings that are missing many of their once vibrant scales. It makes snuffling sounds as it moves at the speed of a sloth. The way Klein describes this poor thing brings to mind the way a once hyperactive dog becomes old and feeble. Oh. Or a once strong bear's fur becomes matted and its eyes gray. Of course, like a bear, age has not changed the Butterfly Man's nature. Butterfly Man lashes out with sudden quickness, grabs Ruby's brother, and before she can react, tears off deeper into the forest. Days later, a pile of dried skin and one brainless skull is found at the edge of the marsh. Ooh. So returning to what I said about the inspiration for the story at the start of the article, Mr. Klein says it was based off all the times he'd wandered in the forest and searched for cryptids and creatures. More specifically, it was based on the retroactive terror he felt thinking about all the time he spent alone in a place he shouldn't have been exploring as a young child. What could have happened to him? What if something had happened to him? What if he actually found a cryptid while he was out alone there? There's also the idea of wildlife as something wonderful and sympathetic. but also dangerous. The butterfly man has human traits projected onto it, and when ultimately the creature is not a human, reacts to the children as any other prey animal. It isn't much mystery to this story, nor haunting ambiguity, but overall I like it a lot, and I think it's earned its place in one of the better known books in the series. Plot twist is not Messenger as Podge getting an idea. But ding! Light bulb just. More complete, illustrated in a butterfly man. He is now more haggard and forlorn, a sunken, milky white eyes. Hands held upward in his talking motion, but he also looks surprised. Scarecrow seer. And opal eyes. Minerva Woeful, the most well-known character of the entire Hello Hello series. For more background on Minerva's history, please refer to the character article looking on the notable characters page. The art style is cute. I do like the art style. It is very reminiscent of like, what's that one book? It was turned into a movie by Guillermo del Toro. Fuck. I don't remember the name. Blanking on names today. In this article, we were discussing Minerva as she appeared in fiction, as well as the brief controversy her book wound up in when it was released. The Scarecrow seer is very interesting, and that it hardly features Minerva at all. Only at the very end does her characters show up, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. The story centers around Beth Andrews, a young girl living in suburbia with her family. In these stories, suburbia is a frequent setting for awful things to happen. In his blog post, yes, Jeffrey Klein is online. Hello if you read this, Mr. Klein. Klein has written about his experiences with suburbia. Being African American, the place has held an evil quality to him. So it's only natural to have creatures and restless spirits spring from the ground it sat on. That makes sense. Beth Andrews, the adoptive daughter of two miserly disgusting suburbanites, cool, is forced to move from the city. Finding that her new house has an unsettling presence that both her parents obnoxiously ignore. I feel like this book is famous for introducing women over warfare to the world. However, I rarely see the discussions of its actual plot online. I think it's a little suspect that this story is very much about race, in that Beth is a black girl and her adoptive parents are white. Oh, good. This informs the lack of critical discussion as well as the controversy later on. To start with, her parents are extremely creepy on how they interact with their daughter. Most of the horror manifests through them, which might disappoint some readers. They are particular about what she wears, control what she eats, snap their fingers in her face to make her pay attention, grip her waist to drag her along, and generally treat Beth as more of an animal than a human being. Oh. Her mom even jokes about chopping off her unruly hair, which is cartoonishly depraved levels of evil. But somehow makes the story work. These are disgusting people. What I like is that Beth does not seem to find anything wrong with this. She's portrayed and even started to be very compliant, which gives the impression she doesn't find this treatment abnormal. I think she believes it's an unintended a result of her unintended misbehavior. If you have had the experience I have, I think this is very relatable. Oh, I see. There's also deep empathy for Beth. In general, I find that Klein tends to write his child protagonists from this place, and in line with the dislike of using horror to teach kids moral lessons. I think this, in its own way, shows his thoughts on how the world should work. To put it the best I can into words, the idea is that no child deserves punishment or to be scared into acting right. The horrifying circumstances experienced by his protagonists are not things they bring upon themselves, and even when they do, it's not framed as just punishment. A lot of the time, it creates sadness in the story. Like, these kids are always caught up in something so awful and so terrible, and that they do not deserve, because no child deserved this. Yeah, ooh. Those are the parents, and that's Beth. And holds her face between her hands and distraught. Okay. Crap, IDK if I use spray or not on Resident Evil and killed the run. For the entire... Wait, what's happening? Oh, we're reading plot lines of books. Books from the Hallowed Halls, which is the origin of Minerva Woeful. For the entire book, Beth is belittled with her new parents, all the presence in the attic, attempts to communicate with the young girl through visions, mysterious bouts of good luck, and freak accidents. This book is very much meant to be a mystery on how it presents these events, but because Minerva is on the front cover, we the audience already have an idea of what might be going on. I always feel that, and I may be overstepping, this book would have worked better with a different name and cover, something that kept the source of these visions an eerie question in the reader's mind before the reveal. The supernatural angle of this book has always been difficult to describe when recommending to people. When one hears the word vision, they assume it's something intangible, an hallucination. But the book presents visions as rolling, multicolored smoke that pours out of the nearest cabinet, closet door, etc. With these churning waves of fog visions of the future emerge. People digging an unmarked grave, a young girl running, numerous monsters seemingly looking over a vision of Beth. The monsters always arrive last, overtaking the visions and even burning on leaving claw marks on the ground. When the visions make contact with Beth, she is never harmed, but it is absolutely an upsetting thing for a child to see. Amongst the visions are also messages, small things about her current life. From interacting with the visions, she eventually becomes, for the first time, fearful of her situation, or rather, she is given awareness of the abnormality of it all. This acts as an impetus for Beth to try and escape suburbia. But as much as she walks, the young girl is always on the same street, the same patch of grass, the same mailbox, always greets her tired eyes. The book does an amazing job of making suburbia feel like an extant entity, something that greedily holds on to residents, not allowing one to escape. Throughout the book, the couple who adopted Beth are constantly experiencing migraines. Which they first blame on allergies, and then on the sun, and then on Beth. They clearly know something supernatural is going on, something that leads them to blame Beth, but refuse to give an explanation on why they are punishing her. Eventually, this comes to a head when the mother and father return home one night, even before a vision arrives. Beth knows they intend to do something very bad from their expressions alone. Panicking, she tries to find a place to hide and ascends to the attic. Here we finally meet the thing named Minerva. The puppet is described as laying on the floor of the attic, the presence of a dead curled up spider. Her eyes having an uncomfortable sickliness to them. It is the eyes that immediately let Beth know that this discarded bundle is alive. This is also where we learn something extremely fascinating about the book's depiction of the character. She can only communicate through fear. It answers Beth's questions with possibilities of bad things that could happen or visions of scary things experienced by others. Though through all this, we learn that it has no intention of hurting Beth. It just hoped to scare her out of this chain of events. We learn that for years, this couple has been murdering children that nobody will miss and burying them. Oh, how or why or even when they came into possession of Minerva is never explained, but the two have been, throughout the book, experiencing horrific visions from the puppet as well. They even stitched Minerva's mouth shut in an attempt to mitigate her powers, which means everything so far has been the small trickle that has reeked through. This all crescendos when the parents break into the attic, flinging Beth to the side and threatening to burn Minerva for trying to interfere. The way they speak to Minerva even seems to imply the two see the puppet as their child, but it is very vague. After a short bout, Beth is able to cut open the Scarecrow Seer's mouth, giving it a voice and unleashing the full brunt of its powers on the parents. In this beautiful illustration, you can see the monsters that are Hallowed Halls book joining the fray to terrify the couple before, in the book's words, taking them apart. Oh my god. Earlier, I discussed how the visions of horror eventually helped Beth realize the abnormality of her situation, leading her to try to escape her parents, and then her parents attempting to silence the seer, and then her parents attempting to silence the seer. I think this is perhaps an acknowledgement of how these types of stories are treated in real life. When this book was released, it had parents from all over claiming it was inappropriate for telling children to be fearful of their parents and exposing children to things they shouldn't know about until they're adults. Which I find extremely revealing. Yeah, same here. Not to get too dark, but when these types of stories face censorship, it's usually from a group of people deathly afraid of their own children, recognizing signs of abuse, and trying to resist or making it public knowledge. Regardless, the short-lived movement was unsuccessful in getting the books removed, in part because the series was just too popular at this point to submit to their demands. Opal Eyes. I have been hesitant about discussing Opal Eyes in this article. This stems not from its contents, but more the fact that this book was a definitive childhood-ruining run-in with fiction of my youth. For reasons that will be discussed later, this book was allowed to fall out of print. And looking online, I was only able to find this illustration after a full month of searching. I would make an open call for photos of the book cover in hopes of some collector out there could help, but honestly, I will consider myself lucky not to ever look at this book's cover again. Oh. Trying to write about Opal Eyes is difficult even as an adult, but I will try my best. Originally released to celebrate Hallowed Hall's first published series of books, this story revolves around the unfortunate circumstances experienced by a little boy named Todney and his family. Well, the first unfortunate thing about this boy's life is his name is Todney. It's Rodney with a T. What is the inciting incident of this story? Todney has started to realize that every year on his younger brother's birthday, said sibling's eyes grow wider in diameter. Things only get worse from here. The book makes a lot of interesting choices. For starters, it never gives us Todney's brother's name. The novel always refers to the child as Todney's brother or his brother, and characters always refer to the sibling as your brother, son, darling, and so on. All the possible ways of referring to a character that are employed in order to avoid usage of the name. And the effect it creates upon is off-putting. For convenience sake, I will be referring to Todney's brother as a sibling from here on out. The novel also never once has Todney's sibling saying anything. No dialogue, he just exists in scenes with an upsetting presence. are a couple of hints at what could be going on, as usual for these books, such as the parents not remembering their own son's birthday, always forgetting it each year, or how the sibling is always staring at the side of an oil spill that ruined the town years before his birth. Finally, there's the details of Todney not being able to remember the color of his mother's eyes. Besides that, don't expect any explanation for what happens in the story. As mentioned, every birthday the siblings' eyes grow. They're described as not bulging outwards, but taking up more surface area on the boy's face. This is already an upsetting visual, but Klein takes it a step further and gives us a description of colors slowly beginning to mix around and escape the irises, contaminating the surrounding eyeball with ever-intensifying colors. Remind Todney of opals, his birthstone. When Todney attempts to bring his concerns about the siblings' condition to his parents, they are described as being uncharacteristically aggressive in how they respond. The two yell at him and tell Todney never to bring it up again. The most disturbing part about this behavior, to me, is that it does not read as a secret side of these otherwise loving parents and loving and warm people from the surface to show how they really are, and more so like it's the parents' behavior being influenced by something. The book explicitly states their behavior came from somewhere else, but never elaborates on this. Fun fact, every story in this series has its own little write-up from Jeffrey Klein about what's actually going on in the story. He does this to make sure he is never setting up mysteries that have no answer, and help create an underlying cosmology of the book to work off of. I found this really interesting. Klein has stated these write-ups will never be made public, and he's arranged for them to be burnt upon his desk so the answers die with him. Back to the story, however. This book has a way of building up to something awful, something horrible, in its sheer mundanity. It's actually, I'd actually say maybe this book isn't as exciting for kids to read because it feels more aimed at adults and how it handles the descent into horror. The existence of a sibling and his strange changes is the only unusual aspect amongst a very plain backdrop. The family goes about their domestic routines with little care for the danger, growing closer each year. Then abruptly, the sibling hatches. Hatches? What do you mean? Some of this book details are lost to me, but I remember the sibling being described as hatching. Only a thin string of skin separating the space between his eyes, and which now reach ear to ear. The sibling eats the father, then the mother, then his screaming brother Todney. There are other things to be discussed, of course, such as the unusual powers the sibling has, but I'd like to know the story exists as a very bloody image in my memory, when in actuality the story contains not a drop of blood for the illustration. I think it speaks to the effectiveness of writing to create such reactions to it in us. It can make us remember events with gruesome details that were never mentioned, but speaking of the illustration, this is the only time in the series that color was used in the book for the eyes of a sibling. Dear God. The sibling elicits a visceral response from me. I used to have nightmares about him. In the story, he had the ability to unlock doors with his stare. People act upon his will, which did nothing to calm my fears as a child. There is also no hesitation in eating his entire family. The book made a point to emphasize there was nothing good in this child, which Jeffrey Klein later requested to be, which is why Jeffrey Klein later requested it to be allowed to fall out of print. When asked, Mr. Klein found the message the story gave to be a pretty bad one. The idea of some children just being born evil. The author did not feel comfortable with letting his work exist, so the decision was made to discontinue Opal Eyes. Let me check our notes here. Full eyes and number of changes. Here, let's do this. What's the... Hold on. Hello, Halls. Give me a second. Tab button. Again and again. Got it. Okay, let's see. If we start from here. Tab. Tab, 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 tab. 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 Oh, damn. Nothing. Okay. Well. And now we're on to fucking, we're now on to Beatrice BE. So I'm not sure if we're gonna get to actual, like, discoveries here. But, on this stream. But if we don't, I will absolutely be doing it on my own, and I advise you to do the same if that's what happens. Worker strike, Bumblebee Factory number 9. Date, address, info. Be there or be square. Art of Beatrice holding a sign reading worker strike. She holds in a diagonal manner, like she's too prim and proper to be doing this. The text on the poster reads worker strike, Bumblebee Factory number 9, be there, be square. The date and address are blacked out digitally. Take the burden off your back. Art of Aaron Fulch being carried on the shoulders of a disgruntled worker wearing overalls. Fulch is sneering and holding a cigar. The text reads, take the burden off your back. Let's buzz him. Art of Beatrice poking Aaron Fulch with a pointed spear. Beatrice, with a confident smile, while Fulch has an irritated expression. The text reads, let's buzz him. Gifted to us for this update was the strike materials used by several Bartleby brand employees during the era of the second unionization effort. The art styles all vary, but the message between them carried the same intent. It was time for a change in the company and perhaps every company. The workers were tired of unfair treatment they'd been subjected to. If the management wouldn't talk it out with them, they would take to the streets instead. And so they did. Despite attempts by law enforcement and the Bellotons to intervene, the sheer number of workers was overwhelming. Amongst the crowd, the many signs like these were carried, with similarly mocking caricatures of the company founder and Beatrice herself. This, of course, was an interesting parallel to our last update, in which Maisie the Mutt had her likeness appropriated by the punk movement. However, in this case, I can't particularly say Beatrice became a unifying symbol for the protesting workers, the way that Maisie became for the punks. Honestly, I can't imagine Beatrice herself would be a fan of this portrayal of her. It is fun to think about the creation of these signs, artistically inclined workers filled with righteous anger, drawing these, and then passing out to coworkers. I imagine it must have been quite a sight to see. Beatrice, oh, hey, look, another video. Beatrice teaches about unions PSA. Let's watch this.
Let's see more, a poster! Oh, I hope it's for a birthday party! Onions? Are they making French onion soup?
Hey, why is Seymour's voice just being replaced with static?
Must.
Oh, then it's up to us. Quick, Seymour, we have to help them.
Slow down, you two. You're not thinking of running off without me, are you?
Beatrice B.E.
Hey,
You better
Beatrice.
believe it.
God.
Miss Beatrice. And
Oh, the factory work onionizing their soup, see?
That says union, not onion, you silly things.
oh yeah.
What's a union?
A union is an organization formed by unhappy workers who use their collective power to make demands of the workplace.
I'm back. What have I missed? We just opal eyes probably. And also me noticing that Seymour over here, his lines are all being replaced with mostly static.
Can we join? Can we ask for more parties? Can we ask for more complimentary candy in the break room? Or a swimming pool?
Oh, some of them.
Or
Oh.
Why don't you see for yourselves?
Some of them. Okay,
Not
so
just
it's not. So it's not just Seymour. Huh.
fast. Didn't you read the fine print?
Wait.
At the start of the queue.
oh, what do we do?
You better pay up. 150 American dollars every quarter, to be exact. If you don't, you'll be in bad standing.
Well, I think I'm very good at standing.
I'm afraid you're both wrong. But you'll find out soon enough. Let's attend a meeting.
We can't let this injustice slide. Serve me a 2-week notice. For what? Taking a few extra vacation days? I deserve it. Yeah! A month? 2 months? 3? What's the difference? I'm a man to be reinstated. I know you're all with me, right, boys? Yeah! In fact, I think I deserve a raise. Yeah!
I thought we all got. Why is he the only one standing up?
That's the union president.
Who's that?
He gets to decide which demands make it to the floor.
Oh,
Listen up. Those fat cats upstairs can't fire all of us. I say we strike.
Can't fire all of us. Can't. Yeah. They can.
Now we're going bowling?
No, my sweet straw Betty. They're calling a strike. It means no working until the demands are met.
Oh, well, that's easy. I don't even work here.
That's right.
I don't even work here.
You're here to support your husband, aren't you? But what if he can't support you?
What do you mean?
No work means no pay. You won't be able to afford basic necessities like food or housing, and especially no sweet treats.
Then
But Seymour, you haven't paid your dues. You don't get a say on what the union does. That's bad standing.
then I.
Let's see how that works out, shall we?
Oh, I guess I'm
Puppets do not have legs.
Seymour. Seymour, where are you?
Oh, don't you remember, Straw Betty? Your Seymour is going to work today, so you can afford this beautiful house, even though the union doesn't want him to. What do you think that means?
Oh, I'm sure.
Huh. I do like the storyboard, though. This is very cute.
That must be him. Seymour, are you at work yet? Is every...
Hey there, little missy. Looks like your scab of a husband isn't home. Well, we'll see he gets what's coming to him.
Leave Seymour alone, you goon!
Uh-oh.
Forget this. I need to go.
And leave your house vulnerable to attacks from those goons?
Attacks? They'll go that far?
Some union goons will go to any length to ensure their demands are met, including intimidation of other employees and their families.
What do I do?
What's the goon gonna do? Is he gonna goon? No, goon. You know, goons before the term gooning were just like, you know, like people. They were just described. They were words are failing me today.
I'm afraid all you can do is wait.
Well. Look what we have here. A filthy scab.
Yeah, they'll probably kill him. Yeah.
Get him!
Oh.
Yeah, that's exactly. There we go. Get him.
Seymour!
Strawberry. Straubs, dear.
I'm sorry too.
Who's choking? Damn.
The unions sure are scary.
I'm afraid you don't get a choice. Joining is compulsory.
Gunshots.
Make it stop.
The only way to make it stop is to ensure it never starts in the first place.
Of course.
Union Jack spawns
Remember,
behind him.
unions might promise you a lot of nice things, but you're still at the whims of a committee who may not have your best interests at heart. Talk to your employer or a human resources representative about your concerns. And please, be careful. We care about you and we care about your families. Our only hope is that everyone continues to make the decisions in their own best interest. Be good now. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so fight for your right to work. Yeah, see, companies don't like unions because they don't like when employees ask for fair pay and better conditions, and I mean, because that just costs money. Very odd and mildly interesting archive item in the form of conceptual storyboards, animatics, and scripts for a poorly planned anti-union advertisement that was made to discourage Bartleby brand workers from unionizing, and was meant to be spread to workers across the country in a massive anti-unionization effort. Why was this not given a trigger warning? What do you mean? Like anti-union? Union busting? That's not something that really, warrants a trigger, but they do kind of in the trigger warning say that there's going to be more, like, there are more things. There are more things than just these tags. There are like more than just these tags. Just know that you're getting into an environment with these tags in mind, because these are going to be the most the things you're probably going to see the most. It's making a joke like traumatic to have something be too real. Oh, yeah. And was meant to be spread to workers across. While the final footage has been lost to time, we were provided with an audio recording of the short film, which I have edited in time. The storyboard to give you a sense of what it looked like. Unfortunately, the audio seems to be corrupted in some places, but hopefully it's not too terrible to listen to. Now, it wasn't just Seymour that was replaced by static, but a lot of Seymour was. You barely heard Seymour's voice. It was mostly Strawberry and Beatrice. Probably going to be something about this here. Unfortunately, the audio seems to be corrupted in place. Yeah. The PSA was a live-action production featuring the Strawberry, Seymour, Tapperdor puppets, and Beatrice animated over the top. Like most artists and performers who worked under Bartleby Brand, the actors, puppeteers, animators were never officially credited. However, we were contacted by one of the actors, Bill Pines, who played the role of a union worker for this film, and he wanted to give us insight on how the production went. According to him, this was the first time he ever worked with puppets as co-stars, and he and the other human actors found it a little difficult to take them seriously due to how silly and cute they looked. The puppeteers for Seymour and Strawberry, who Bill sadly forgotten the names of, had a habit of staying in character on set when the cameras weren't rolling. This seemed to result in the side effect of the actors empathizing and bonding with the puppets to a degree where they felt bad about having to act threatening and mean to them. Reportedly, though, Strawberry, or rather Strawberry's puppeteer, assured them it's all right, we're just pretending after all. While in fact this fact is somewhat cute, it's also kind of sad actors felt sympathy for the puppets, but not for the union workers they were helping to defame. Yep. Yep. Multi-billion-dollar companies, not my pennies. Yeah. What if they weren't pretending? Yeah. There might be a bit. Yeah, just from like the whole like this had the puppeteers had a habit of staying in character on set even when the cameras weren't rolling. Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe there's a little bit more to that. Okay, let's see. The wildflower seed mix. Oh, jeez. A lot of things here. Okay, let me... do this article and then we'll go on another break. Plot twist: the puppeteers were two randos but are attracted to each other because the puppets are married. Yeah, no, that sometimes happens. Co-stars usually, like, you know, especially romantic co-stars, usually start to develop at least some sort of feelings for their partner in that. Usually. I mean, magic puppets controlling them. Oh. Got it. Bartleby Brand's follow process. Weed! Although the concept of franchising had long been established during as early as the 1850s, Bartleby Brand's attempt to creating franchise locations of their own was not only one of the most disastrous endeavors in the history of the franchising, but in the environmental landscape of the United States. Implemented in 1950 by Bartleby Brands, the partnership program allowed beekeepers around the country to set up stores under the Bartleby brand alias in return for a large portion of their sales going back to the main company. And my groceries came earlier, and he handed me cereal, and the feral urge to go, cereal took me Uriel's yum good. What have you done to me, Patrick? Took me 9 years to collect the cereals. Yum cereals. Good. Good. This program was both ill-planned and costly. It took in total only around 50 to 60 locations were established across the United States, and as stated above, the high cut taken by Bartleby Brands made the entire program very low profit, if profitable at all, for the beekeepers who signed on. Why must beekeepers fight? He was handing me shit way too fast for a pack. A second guy spawned. Oh fuck, we on expert difficulty. I can confess something. I've never seen a full episode of The Simpsons in my life. Not for everyone. It did not help that the franchise buildings were not constructed with care, and only the bare minimum was sent to get the program off the ground. Much like Bartleby's failed live-action movie, it's like they built the program just so they could watch it plunge into the ground. Why did the holy music kick it into the perfect timing? Oh, this is, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yep, that's Cult of the Lamb. Communication between the company and locations was very poor, except for when it came time to collect the profit. Yup, this sounds like a company, all right. And training was not a priority, which caused many locations to fumble and die early on the program's lifespan. This sounds like a company, all right. Because Podge is angelic. I wouldn't say that. I can be your angel or your devil, after all. I love that meme. I love that meme so much. I could be your angel or your devil. All in all, the program was a complete waste of resources. The franchise locations shut down within 5 years, with the last one closing in 1955. However, long after their closure, they left behind a blight that continues to plague the U.S. For all the poor training and lack of resources, Bartleby Brands is consistent about one thing: types of plants to be used by beekeepers. Franchise owners were sent several packets, within them being seeds for aconite, adenium, buttercup, smellfox, kudzu, dogbane, cape dandelion, dragon herb, knotweed, false spirea, spiderweed / bee plant, yellow star thistle, and hemlock. Of course, if you know anything about bees, I don't, and Bartleby Brands certainly did not. This was a useless guideline, as bees tend to fly miles away from their hive to gather nectar and pollen, which the higher-ups were repeatedly told. However, this information went ignored. Oh, B, I see, not V. I understand now. Bees! I think in the grand scheme of things, it is interesting to see where everything went wrong. In our history article, we discussed how Aaron Fulch did not come from any sort of beekeeping or agricultural background. He pretty much stole the small company from its creators, who had experience in all he was lacking, which led to many mishaps like mandated flowers. Snack, why would it be B? Funnily enough, when asking former worker Jack Young about the internal company standards for honey production, he said the usage of these flowers was not required. I'm a bit confused as to why it would be so different for franchise members, but if I had to guess, it was an attempt to build on Bartleby brand's aesthetic. There's no information on who exactly put these guidelines into motion. Getting back to the main point of the articles, many of these flowers seem innocuous enough. Amongst them, however, are almost maliciously are several that have plagued the states after the introduction. The yellow star thistle, kudzu, knotwood, all plants that produce beautiful flowers, and all plants that are horribly invasive and destructive to the environment. I watched a YouTube of a short guy's POV on a motorbike with a helmet cam, and he goes, "Oh, my balls!" The way he said it cracked me up. He said, "Ow," he stood off his bike. A bee was dead. It stung him directly in his balls. I think every male viewer cringed. My balls. Also, the cream gets on my glasses and it looks super realistic, like super realistic scratches. Cream on glasses. Anyway, this is actually the moment that introduced all three into the U.S. Within years, they had overtaken great chunks of the American wilderness. To get more on the impact of these plants, I think it would be best to go over each individually. Perhaps the most brutal plant in this lineup, yellow star thistle has become infamous amongst farmers, growing into a long taproot plant. The star thistle survives in dry, arid condition that see other plants withering up and dying. As such, is able to overtake large swaths of land, crowding out other plants and diminishing the natural diversity. Yellow star thistle is most well known for its toxicity to horses, which when ingested, the plant renders the animal's lips and tongue paralyzed. The animal is no longer able to eat, exhibits depressive behaviors, and keeps its head hung low. Oh no. Most startlingly is the telltale way in which affected horses show their upper teeth due to increased muscle tone on their upper face muscles. Why do I recognize this song? I don't know how I recognize this song. I've never played Outer Wilds in my life. Oh, you know what? I think it was in a speedrunning documentary. Muscle. Muscles. This eventually culminates in the animal dying from starvation. For those reasons, the symptoms in horses afflicted by thistle become known as the chewing disease. Besides their toxicity to horses, star thistle is known to damage the eyes and mouths of grazing cattle and other animals that make contact with plants and thistles. I was about to say the music was probably in some video essay. Yeah, it was absolutely in one of the speedrunning documentaries. I want to say it was like The Many Peaks of Crash Bandicoot by, I forgot his name. I can't with names right now. And other animals that make contact with the plant's thistles. As I said at the start, this is a very brutal plant. Yeah, look at those. That's sharp. Kudzu. Also known as the vine that ate the South. That sounds like a bad horror movie. The vine that ate the South. This plant is probably the most well-known on this short list, famed for its relentless growth and propensity for spreading. This plant is the bane of many, disrupting agriculture and growing so thickly that it easily chokes out life of natural habitats. Oh good. The vine often grows on railroads. Okay, it can sometimes get to the point where the plants actually destroy the tracks with a constricting grip. Wow! Kudzu can grow up to a foot a day, and mature vines reach up to 100 feet in length. Holy shit. Kudzu grows on everything. The ground, the trees, power lines, anything it can get its grip on, and areas infested with invasive species resemble green, bumpy mounds. The plant's obstructing everything from view. Additionally, due to the rate which it grows, the vines easily outpace attempts to get it under control with herbicides and mowing. It's still a massive problem to this day. Initially, the spread of the plant following propagation from Bottleby Brand's franchise locations was encouraged due to the fact it smells pleasantly like grape candy, or the way which prevented soil erosion. People would use the plant as an ornamental vine to shade their homes. Only later did people realize how destructive this plant could be. Oh, they ban YouTubers that costume is slightly lewd. Is that leg? Fuck. Going 1800 legs and ankles are banned. Forever. No fucking legs. Knotweed. Sorry, this started like the beginning to the fucking Code Lyoko theme song, which I never watched, but I've been exposed to a lot on TikTok. People hate the leg monster in Silent Hill 2 and 3. They're all legs. They're legs all the way up. Growing up to 4 inches every day, this plant's become notorious for its unique way of spreading. Code Lyoko, the memories. I never watched Code Lyoko, and I want to find a place to watch it, because I've heard it's very good. Ugh. Oh god, Mucha Lucha. I love Mucha Lucha. Mucha! Mucha Lucha. I can love that. I love that. I just remember the where the kid turns. The kids turn into where one kid turns into where boulders are like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's just a special move. That's why people say wrestling is fake. It's a special move. It's the same way, like Ricochet turns into a ball, like a pinball. Just starts bouncing around shit. Special move is avoiding sleep for a crazy amount of time. Become ball. Reject humanity. Ah, my balls. God. Although the nut seed is able to produce seeds, their preferred method of reproduction is through touch. The crown of a knotweed plant, if moved or dug up, can begin rooting itself into the ground the moment it makes contact again. It is resistant to drying and composting, as well as and will be seen as attempts to remove the plant as are just as likely to spread it elsewhere. The rhizome of the plant, shown below, can be cut up and broken into pieces, only for the smallest chunk to remain capable of propagating the plant when it next makes contact with soil. Small pieces of the plant often get distributed across large distances by animals, such as birds that have dug up the plant to feed on it. Knotweed can spread by being picked up on the bottom of the shoes or even car tires. It is no surprise that this method of replication soon became a blind on the country following its introduction. One guy whose special move, if I recall, was just being stinky. Yes, the flea. The flea. Knotweed is an aggressive plant that can grow anywhere from 8 to 10 feet tall. Oh God! And where it grows, it quickly outcompetes and kills off native plants. The plant's dense growths can also destabilize soil, causing intense erosion. Dear Lord. It is so astounding how much damage can occurred from only 50 or 60 locations planting these on their property. Keep in mind that these plants have been spread elsewhere as gifts to family or people collecting trimmings from the owner's property, and in the case of knotweed, many people unwittingly carried pieces of it to other locations on their clothing and shoes. At this time, many people simply thought these to be pretty plants and had no idea of the kind of damage they were capable of. In response to these events, the U.S. government cracked down the import of potentially invasive plants. Bartleby Brands was hit with heavy fines, though besides that saw very little real consequences. Read our article on Bartleby Brands Halloween candy? I have not yet. You'll probably notice a running theme with this company causing irreparable damage and then rocking off with merely a slap on the wrist. Like most companies. It is always something that could have been prevented with a little more oversight. The lack of care and attention would later come back to haunt the company with the events of the Botanical Garden grand opening. Celia Carson's groundbreaking environmental conversation novel Overabundance details the consequences of Bartleby Brands imported plants. The color illustration is that of many thorny flowering vines overtaking the cover. Okay. Well. Alright. We are now going to go on another 10-minute break. This is absolutely going to take a long time to do. It's a big update. We're going to go on a 10-minute break as per our usual. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have anything you need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. We're back. I saw the my balls video. We have another audio. We have another song. Hold on. God. Oh, I thought we were relieved. I knew I heard something. That sure is an audio file. Yeah, it is. Sure fucking is. Holy shit. There is no way that's not like a fucking spectrogram or something. There's no way that that audio file is just bad. Making its first appearance in 1935, the music titled Flight of the Carpenters has been reused in nearly every single Bartleby Brand commercial since. Ew. I don't want to hear any commercials from Bartleby Brands then. Loved by the public for its upbeat sense of wonder. Ah, yes. I do love, when I think wonder, I think people hammering at my fucking eardrums. We're currently unsure who is responsible for the composition of music. They're probably dead by now. Another case of Bartleby Brands not crediting the artistic individuals powering their marketing. Or making archival efforts difficult for us. It's probably to actually protect the identity of this man, because holy shit. I'm not sure if it's the song or if it's just the file. Because that was intruding on my eardrums. In regards to its consistent usage, Bartleby Brand's marketing department stated they wanted to create a permanent impression in the minds of people across America by reusing this theme in every TV spot. I'm back, and it's that time of night again. 3 a.m. thoughts. Every radio and even remixing it when necessary, they could imprint the mark of our branding. So you weren't here for the Flight of the Carpenter Bees? You weren't here for that amazing song that we just heard? I'm not playing it again. I am absolutely not doing that. Music would play over the intercoms at the Bartleby Brands factories before announcements were made to the workers below. Play it again for Snick. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not playing that shit again. I'd rather keep my eardrums. It was bad. Like, again, I'm not sure if it was the song or if it was just the file. It was just bad. According to sources, elicited many complaints from the staff. Something that, according to sources, elicited many complaints from the staff. It might be the song. When listening to the music, the scurrying of worker bees comes to mind. It also has a subtle hum. A hum, you say? that I find oddly endearing. You do? I almost thought it was an error with the audio player at first until I realized, listen to other instances. Oh my god. So that whole thing, so that was just... Yes, I did see out my balls. My balls. So imagine a YouTube channel to do everyday things, but make it metal. A guy coming to the closet and, out of the closet his parents. Dad, I'm gay. Screw it. This is how you do it. Metal. Metal dude punches through the door and rips the door in half. Dad, I crave man. Then he rips a fucking... Then he rips a guitar solo, like a sick guitar riff. I crave man. So that hum was in all of instances of it. So it's the song. Barbie Brand's Honey Bug Program. Sugar cookies. Oh my god. Hold on. So you can actually make these. I mean, these are it's probably how you make sugar cookies anyway, but you know. Oh my balls. Yo, Podge cake video when? I would love to do a baking video. I would love to do a baking video for you guys. I just need to learn how to bake. I'm slowly gonna try and learn how to cook and bake. Cooking mostly because I need to find out how to cook healthy meals for myself. Because to take HRT, I need to get rid of belly. Need to be healthy. If I made a cooking or baking video, it would be apocalyptic. Does cottage pie count as healthy? Follow a recipe or two. You can follow instructions, right? Yes, Pada, because good girls follow instructions. Don't worry, there's a better way to remove Betty Ram's chainsaw. Metal! That reminds me of a short, I think, in one of the Alphabet of Death Alphabet of Death videos, movies, where the dude, she like just cuts all her skin off, so she's not fat anymore, and it's horrifying. Anyway, let's see, guide to being a proper honey bug. These look like badges. Is this a fucking, like, Girl Scout thing? Rid me of the flesh. What if you have ADHD and you fail to follow instructions during instructions to instruction real fast? Buy my cookies! Honeybug pledge. On my honor as a honeybug girl, I pledge to be true to my country and to myself. To help and to educate with grace, I will always spread sweetness wherever I may go. This absolutely reads like a Girl Scout thing. Too many of them. They have Lori's worth of cookies. Honeybug's law. Honeybug's duty is to help others and obey orders. Oh wow. Okay. Honeybug orders is sweet and courteous at all times. Honeybug is a friend to all nature's creations. Yeah. Fuck you, Pada. Fuck you. Even Twitch says no. Makes you feel better. Actually, don't tell me what the clip is. I'll do a click. Don't worry. Honeybug is willing to learn and to listen. A Honeybug is in tune with her senses. So there's a lot of senses things going on, especially with especially with Beatrice. Learn and listen. Honeybug is his sister. To every girl and a confidant to all. A honeybug is pure in heart and mind. I have acquired the forbidden knowledge. What did the clip actually work? God. Shit. You realize I'm not putting that publicly, right? I have featured clips on my channel. That's not going in there. There's a girl with a shirt that's showing a tiny bit of boob, and which is like no band. Every girl should know this pledge, legend law by heart, and carry them with in all parts of their life. Jesus. Oh, beekeeping, bees. We'll appreciate and care for bees, their life cycles, and their hives. Much can be learned by observing the structure of honeybee colonies. Gold, the florist badge, will teach girl about the importance of a flower garden and give her the skills needed to maintain it. The cooking badge will help girls to develop cooking skills and encourage a sense of responsibility within the kitchen. Wait, what do you mean featured clips? On my channel, there is a section when you click on my channel and you go into it's not about, but I have like when Snake creates clips, I will go through them and see like what clips I want to have like featured on the channel, and to censor the truth. She being like the UK government. I mean, I have the teeth to be in the UK government. Ha! Girls must be able to identify the life stages of bees from egg, larva, pupa, and adult, as well as distinguish between queen, worker, drone. Explain their role in the hive. Must be able to perform basic beekeeping tasks, such as locating the queen, ensure sufficient honey and pollen stores, identify signs of disease or pests, sanitize and maintain tools. Poor soul, after that Resident Evil 2 stream, you must be exhausted. I had no idea you went through every single one. Oh god, that is a hell of a punishment. Your clips aren't that bad. I go through the clips and I'm like, okay, like, which ones do I want to feature? Because like some of them, they're all great clips, but like some of them are funnier than others. And correctly extract honey and combs from the hive. Santal is wholesome. I watched a few more episodes of Bleach, and the first thing he said is, "I'm going to bombard you with questions." It's kind of wholesome. I can't pick a fave, so they're all my fave. Describe how flower. Oh, must correctly identify the different types of honey and recite from what sources they are gathered. Jesus. Describe how flower nectars affect the taste and compounds of honey, and correctly answer all questions about caring for a bee colony from examiner. For florists, grow must maintain a flower garden and at least 6 different blooms grow from seeds. Be able to plant, water, weed, fertilize, prune, and cut the flowers to ensure they thrive. What clip is your fave from Resi 2? I'm guessing Kick is your fave from Resi 4. No, my favorite from Resi 4 is, of course, "You won't get the drop on me." Ah, shit! It's still on my channel. It's just buried. It's just buried in years of VODs. Using flowers grown in her garden, create a unique flower arrangement and explain the significance of flowers used within it. Cooking. Girls must know how to plan, prepare, cook, and serve a meal, including wash up, setting, and waiting a table, and planning a menu. Must be able to cook one of the following meals without aid: honey date squares, rice pudding, honey glazed yams, fruit gelatin, or any other meat from Bartleby Brand's cookbook, Hair Examiner deems equivalent. Must also be able to do the following: mix dough and bake bread in an electric oven, make tea, coffee, or cocoa, prepare a frozen dinner using a microwave. I can do that one. Prepare a meal on a campfire and correctly answer all questions about meal preparation from examiner correctly. Because you won't get the drop on me, I kick monkeys. You won't get the drop on me. Oh shit! It cuts off at the most perfect timing. It's the best caught up clip in history. I'll argue that forever. Okay. Alrighty. We're gonna. I have a feeling this is Girl Scouts. Another one of Bartleby's many external venture. When someone asks me what Podge is all about, I'll just post that clip. The Honeybugs was a program started during the 1930s. A countrywide initiative was aimed at school-aged girls to help guide girls along the path to womanhood. Oh, I see. Focused on teaching practical skills that were not taught in schools, such as cooking, cleaning, teamwork, first aid, discipline, outdoor survival skills, and good citizenship. I have a different clip I would share. You piece of fucking shit. Dog gets stung in the mouth and swells. This is what they look like when they wah 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 wah. Every girl would need as future workers, mothers, homemakers, nurses, teachers, and proper Americans. The program for girls was something dreamed up by Aaron Fulch. Yeah, this man. Aaron Fulch seems like a fucking piece of work. I look at the girls of today, and I'm reminded of when my own daughter was their age. She was always such a perfect child. Even as a baby, she never fussed or cried. If America had more girls and women like her, proper little ladies, the world would be better for it. We need to teach girls how to grow up to be kind, capable, and level-headed women. Also, they need to learn to stay in the kitchen. The program worked like this. If someone wanted to start a group of honeybugs, they would need at least 6 or more girls to make up a group, and an adult woman to run the program for them. Weekly meetings would be hosted in the adult leader's home or community center, such as a church. Girls were provided with a uniform consisting of a dress, a necktie, and a hat. Along with a handbook contained everything that they would know to follow the program. The guide to being a proper honey-bug handbook also had a pledge where girls were required to memorize and recite during their initiation ceremony. And as a honeybug that the kids, and a honeybug law that the kids were encouraged to follow even outside groups and meetings and events. So, the law of help others and obey orders was encouraged to be followed outside of life. Outside of honeybug meetings. I see. I would have to look through the clips again, really. The most unique gimmick of Honeybug's program was it allows the girls to earn embroidered patches by participating in certain events, or completing a list of certain requirements that they could display on their uniforms. This is Girl Scouts. The patches and their requirements were meant to encourage girls to develop skills and interests in things that would help them later in life. These skills were mostly in line with domestic gender roles, like sewing, cooking, cleaning, childcare, and even balancing a household budget. Would you want to be a honeybug? Absolutely the fuck not. This sounds like chauvinistic bullshit. HRT is just a part of reason Pod wants to work out. The other issue is she can do a perfect kick and hope to make Leon blush. You need a hat and a dress and a tie. I am two-thirds scout apparently. So I'm guessing it's the dress and the tie, right? You just need a hat. Uh, well, of course. Oh man. And even also, the handbook stated if a girl were able to earn every patch in the book, it would be the proudest moment of her life, for she will have learned everything she could ever know to become a proper and well-prepared woman. Hee, I'm just a woman. God. This reads as like, haha, I'm just a woman. I don't know anything. This is what this looks like to me. Provided to us were badges kids could earn for beekeeping, cooking, and gardening. / floral arrangement. There was a clear military influence from the uniforms to the fact that the groups were called troops. Yeah, the Girl Scout troops. I'm just a woman. I'll do as you say and go back to the kitchen. Haha. Oh, a sharp knife. We'll use that to cook meal for my man. Yeah. Where there's the. I've seen shorts, like a series of shorts. I don't know the creator's name, but it's like it's like it's just her acting as a repressed 1950s housewife. And it was just really good. Fuck yeah, war counter, fuck 'em up. To the strict rules girls were required to adhere to. Oftentimes, the camping troops would be more in line with something one would expect of a military boot camp. That sounds terrifying. These trips would have been an opportunity for girls to learn outdoor survival skills like camping, how to make fires, tracking animals, identifying edible and unsafe plants, and other physical activities. I realize there's a jump scare on this site. Imagine that, like one of the pictures jumps at you. I mean, there are definitely things in this that could do that. This hasn't happened yet. Most of the other activities girls were allowed to do were much more traditionally feminine, like sewing or cooking. So I imagine getting a break out of the prim and proper girly mold of the program to spend time in the great outdoors for a few days would have been a nice change of pace for them. The very first Honeybugs meeting, a gathering of girls and 3 women. The group stands on the steps of a building, and while the girls are wearing the same uniform, long button-down colored shirts, neckerchiefs, long skirts, black socks and shoes, wide-brimmed hats. The 3 women were wearing more fancy clothing and cloche hats. They look at the camera with gleeful yet restrained expressions. I would be more along the lines of those 2 girls. I'd be like... Apparently Pendog has jump scares, Google says. Probably. Just haven't gotten to them. There are probably a lot more. I bet it's just in videos, though. From the videos I've seen, not really. Not many. Although these trips would have been few and far between, as they were very costly. While Honeybugs was an official Bartleby program, the company did not provide anything other than the uniforms. Define Google. If the AI summaries, those could be lying. Yeah. Not provide badges and handbooks, which the parents of the girls had to purchase. Of course. Anything and everything else had to be fundraised by the troops, mostly through bake sales, and of course, kids had to purchase the ingredients for the baked goodies themselves before they could even start baking. The Honeybug handbook contained a sugar cookie recipe that girls were encouraged, required, to follow. The recipe was notoriously terrible to work with. Something Emma and I got to experience firsthand when we tried it for ourselves. The recipe didn't have nearly enough flour, and we ended up having to add more than double what it asked for. We also had to chill the dough before rolling it out and baking it to get a consistency that held any kind of shape. The game relies more on psychological horror and unsettling atmosphere than constant cheap jump scares, but they are pleasant to experience. You will never know. Unless you explore the site for yourselves, which I always encourage you guys do. Aside from the sugar cookies, honeybugs were allowed to follow any cookie or baked good recipe from official Bartleby brand cookbooks for their bake sales. And since these groups were using the Bartleby name, a large percentage of their earnings had to go back to the company, making fundraising efforts even more tedious. So, half cup butter, 1 cup sugar, white, brown, or maple. Two eggs well beaten. Half Teaspoon of salt. 2 teaspoons of baking powder. 1 teaspoon of vanilla or lemon extract. 1 tablespoon of milk. The one on the right doesn't have a head, if that's what you're saying. Help, mother, I have no brain. Mixed and sifted with baking powder. Jello roll, cut and bake for variety, flouring with nutmeg or cinnamon, or add chopped candied ginger or chopped nuts. Sorry, chopped nut meats to the mixture. I think I know what they mean by nut meats, but just nut meats. The Honeybugs program ran for around 3 decades until, like many of the Bartleby brand's other miscellaneous ventures, it ended up getting its funding cut in an effort to save money in the company as the company approached bankruptcy. The program was officially disbanded in 1968, and BB stopped production of the Honeybug uniform, patches, and handbooks. Though some individual troops may have continued to host their weekly meetings after this happened, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep going for very long, and there would be no patches to earn, and new members wouldn't have been able to get their uniforms or handbooks, not to mention if they were found using Bartleby's name, that would spell mountains of legal trouble. And I doubt their bake sale money would have been enough to fight the struggle for Bartleby, fight even a struggling Bartleby brands in court. Seymour and Strawberry concept art. Here we have several conceptual drawings and designs plans by Silverstein Stitching prior to the creation of the actual puppets. It is a standard during the process of creating new characters for everyone to team and to pitch in their own ideas, and have a multitude of artwork to look through. The exact details of the partnership between Bartleby and Silverstein are vague. For all accounts, if it was a short-lived partnership, Bartleby brands very much prefer to keep their work in-house, an example of their absorption of Sixer Studios. Look at these cuties. Candy-shaped! I guess she is candy-shaped, her head, in this thing. In this sketch. All the names are candy themed and Robbie. Okay. Yay, candy! Daddy shaped? What is daddy shaped? Candy shaped, not daddy shaped. Todd and Ollie. Shapes. Candy names. Sad with no sugar in their lives, dull, colorless. I like this design of Strawberry. That's really cute. Candy Daddy. Mustache in the shape of a taffy. That's great. Monocle. That horror game about puppets. The street, the something street or whatever. I love these drawings. They're so cute. Oh my god. Why is there a realistic bee? Tell management about noise complaint. Happy neighborhood or whatever. Uh-oh, Elmo has found you. Something like that. Elmo murdering people. Look at her eyes. Staring into my soul. Beehive hair, too big. Pigtails. I think. Kilroy was here. Look at this. Kilroy energy. Very big Kilroy energy. Dark hair works. Seymour. Podge, what is that? Also, fuck hunters. Podge don't know what does yet in Resident 3. Haven't done. If you have low health, they will slap your head clean off. I love their design. Yeah, their designs. The hunters' designs are Seymour and Strawberry. Okay, one of those sketches here. Bartleby advertising posters. Poof. Bartleby brands nutty caramel meadow bars. Bartleby brands springtime flavors, strawberry, mint, and poppy seed. Are these honey or candy? Like what? Aww. Set their heart abuzz with that homey honey flavor. We've got a treat for you. I got my fave bisexual, all gendered, queer, he, she, they, them, they. You look good. How you doing? I'm doing good. I mean puppets. That's what you. Okay, that's what you mean, Snake. All your favorite candy is made at Factory 9. What gender are you? Oh. Tana, you missed a very clippable moment. It was clipped. Good, that's good. God. Tana, shut the... I have to check something real quick. I had a horrifying realization. No, you didn't. Pada, I need you to know how much I hate you right now. Started to straight and then just consumed all sexualities. You will do the same with genders. Pada, I need you to know how much I hate you right now at this moment. At this very moment. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Love you too, friend. More artwork of Beatrice and her two pupils, Seymour and Strawberry, and a selection of their old advertisements. I think it's a shame that the two puppets came about so late in Bartleby Brand's lifespan. It never quite feels they ever got enough time to become their own individuals to find outside of their relationship to Beatrice. There is not much official lore on the characters either. Besides what has already been said in the character article posted at the Archives Foundation. It is also uncertain just what the two characters' relationships was to each other. Some early advertisements portray the two puppets as siblings, others as a romantic couple, and others as just two friends that stumbled into their life. Beatrice's connection to the duo is a little more clear but still cloudy, with early materials delegating her to be a teacher-like figure in their life, but other later depictions What? We love you so much. You have no idea. You don't seem very tall. Are you very compact? I'm like 5'9". Yes, you're a compact. I'm more hatchback myself. He's a Honda Civic or an Elantra. Padre's car. What car would you be? I don't know what car I would be. I don't know much about cars. I think it's interesting that these characters have in their own way outlived the character that they were based around, at least in a heavily restored puppet form. Early Beatrice concept art, look at them. Oh my goodness. She looks really, really cute. These various concept drawings of Beatrice were created at least a year after her inception and continued to be created and discarded, right up into her visual overhaul by Sixer Studios in 1958. As mentioned in her character article, Beatrice as a character struggled for a long time to form a coherent visual identity, and much of her early work depicted her. You look like you enjoy Oblivion, the game. Yeah. Obviously, car transmission, Trans Am, the signals are there. Well, you look like an Oblivion enjoyer. Much of her early work depicted her in vastly different ways. This was both due to a lack of cohesion in her character design as well as very loose standards on the part of Bartleby Brands. It's interesting to consider how many redesigns and styles Beatrice has been depicted through. Aside from Maisie the Mutt and Dorothy Dew, she's gone through the most changes of any character on the site. And you can see the moment everything clicked when the company finally put their foot down and stricter standards for artistic depictions of her. She about to slap a bitch, look at that. Annoyed. Not even paying attention, they're just watching Podge, Cult of Personality. Oh my god. I do not want to cosplay that man. A friendly shape! Friend-shaped. If not friend, why friend-shaped? I'm not fat, I'm cuddle-shaped. How many more do we have of this? Holy shit. We have a lot. We have a lot we still need to go through. I don't think we're gonna get through it tonight. Cause like we're not even into the secrets. We're just into the surface level shit. By Azora, it's Podge, the grand champion. I can't believe you're right here next to me. Dive deep, also Podge. Oh shit, too deep. Need to scuba dive that bitch. I thought we were gonna go to the deep edge of the pool, but we're kind of like on the shallow side. Okay, and on that note, we're gonna go on a 10-minute break. We're gonna go on our usual 10-minute break. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any. They need to be fed and also let them out. And, as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while our phone. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. So I checked the other things we have to read. At the very least, like the stuff in the creative history. Oh yeah, we're not getting anything. Not getting any sort of secrets. We got like one. Look how she's looking. I see you. One of the oldest model sheets for Beatrice BE. You can see how this was early this was in her design process by the fact her name was spelt with an A. Came back as soon as he did. Before they eventually settled on official spelling. Even still in the image, these sketches are full of life and character and let you see the hints of sweet and charming personality Beatrice would eventually develop. Gotta love when your controller dies as soon as you joined ranked match. I'm starting to think it does this on purpose. She looks exceptionally squishy and soft here, like she's made of honey. An excellent use of squash and stretch. It's interesting to see official art of Beatrice crying, even if these were just meant to be reference material. I don't know if I've ever seen any other Bartleby merch where Beatrice was upset to a point of tears. As a mascot, she was of course meant to be cheery and bright. I can't imagine it was appealing. It would be appealing if the fairy selling you candies was crying over it. Still, it feels refreshing to see more character than the same cookie-cutter smile and pleasant expression makes her feel more alive. Here, I would like to note that in some of the first Beatrice-related articles we ever posted to the site, was a different model sheet that I labeled the first Beatrice. With these new materials, we were able to do more research into Beatrice's development and figured out that the old model we had was actually a fake. Extremely disappointing. That seems to be way more fake Bartleby artifacts out there than I ever imagined there would be for the candy company. Sorry for any confusion this might have caused. Man, I don't remember ever seeing this. I've looked through the character archives. I don't remember seeing this one. Okay, there's gotta be something here. There gotta be something here. Hold on. No? Okay. Yeah. Maybe there's something on one of these then. Oh yeah, that's just interesting. Okay, not there. No. This is what she reminds me of. Okay, let me see. Element. Nothing. That's weird. Alright. Okay. In previous articles, we have alluded to the poor conditions experienced by the workers at Bartleby factories. In this article, I would like to show you these factories' rules to help you get a better idea of just exactly what it was like working at these establishments. It will also help add further context to our articles on unionization efforts throughout the company's history. I will also just say to you guys, after this stream, I will be continuing my search for answers and secrets. If I find anything interesting, I will post it. Okay, rules to be observed in the factory. Employees cannot legally leave their employment without giving 7 days notice if they were to do so. Smoking is strictly prohibited in any part of the factory, or offenders will be dismissed without notice. Damn. Anyone found pilfering or taking property of the company or misconducting him or herself in any way to be liable is liable to instant dismissal or prosecution or both. Any person arriving late to their work shall be fined as a sum according to their lateness. Jeez. For every oath or insolent language, a fine of the first offense is reported, and if repeated, they shall be dismissed. The machinery shall be swept and cleaned down every mealtime. So wait, does that mean they don't get lunch? Packed lunch must be in accordance with the guidelines set by the factory in one's onboarding manual. What the fuck? Interpersonal relationships not limited to banter, romantic pursuits, or collaboration on external projects on the premises will result in a fine, dismissal, or both? What? Don't have relationships with your co-workers. Any person leaving their work and found talking shall be fined. Jesus. Okay, now there's more on this one. Let's see. Can't leave. Pilfering. Late. Oath. Machinery. Packed lunch. Interpersonal relationships. Any person leaving there. Oh, someone got a husky suit in Fall Guys. Oh, I love that. Workers must inform their supervisors before using restrooms or transferring to other areas of the factory. At least one worker must accompany another while traveling through the factory. Failure to do so will result in a fine, dismissal, or both. All noises and other distractions are to be ignored during a worker's presence on the premises. Seems they want their workers to be busy bees and drones. Yeah, exactly. All workers are to, upon the end of their shift, vacate the premises immediately. Loitering or otherwise being present on the premises outside of shift hours will result in being fined, being prosecuted, being dismissed, or all of the above? Jesus Christ. Reading these rules can be a bit of a shock, especially considering just how far our country has come in terms of labor rights since the days of bodily brands. I would like to point out that at the time these rules were not uncommon. In fact, they were pretty much industry standard across most companies. These rules speak for themselves on just how unfair life was for these employees. Even being a minute late for your shift could result in severe penalties. The rules are also very vague and an intentional bit of design. Insolent language could apply to anything from a worker complaining about his day to their tone being read as hostile from unsympathetic and overbearing factory managers. Sometimes, according to the former workers, managers would make up rules on the fly, and employees had no means of protecting themselves from the sudden changes. It was either the company with these ridiculous rules, it was either comply with these ridiculous unlisted rules, or suffer more fines or even termination of employment. One Mr. Elcott of Bartleby Factory No. 9 relayed this to me, his story of having a perfect track record before being abruptly fired for wearing the wrong type of belt to work. Another contact, Miss Barrows, told me of being fired because she was unpleasant to look at after her pregnancy. Oh, these managers would catch fucking hands. These managers would catch hands and legal action for wrongful termination. Why was this woman terminated? Oh, she just looked fucking ugly after her pregnancy. Like, holy shit. That woman was liable to go up and punch him. Like, I would've. Why am I being fired? You're unpleasant to look at after a pregnancy. How's that for unpleasant, bitch? God. What the fuck? Holy shit. Several other rules exist in regards to the area of race. Oh, buddy. It was established quite firmly at the time that companies reserved the right to keep white and black workers segregated. This is around the 50s. That makes sense. Bartleby Brands was one such company, and the rules were so extensive on the subject. Do you think you'd be unpleasant to look at after pregnancy? Well, considering I don't have the plumbing for a pregnancy, I don't think that would... I don't think I have to worry about that. Bitch, I'm pleasant to look at all the time. The plumbing. Have you never heard that term? For, like, genitals? Yeah, I don't got the plumbing to get pregnant. You are not unpleasant to look at. Yeah, exactly. Bitch, I'm pleasant to look at all the time, as I said. And the rules were so extensive on the subject that it was an entirely different list. Not hung at the factories, but written into employee contracts. And it was so intensely inspected that no reminders needed to be hung in their factories. Although the rules forbade workers from making conversation to prevent them from making attempts at unionizing, that's why talking wasn't allowed? They were so fucking paranoid of people unionizing that they were like, no talking. No talking! There were even more severe penalties designated for instances where black and white employees talked to one another. Black workers were more likely to be fired on the spot than their white coworkers, to be held in the letter of the rules, and often no reason was provided for their termination at all. I took a drink and I was reading this per sentence. Oh my god. The final of our personal accounts is the story of Eric Miller, a man who was forced to relocate to another section of the factory when it was discovered that he was mixed race. As he tells it, his father was white and his mother was black. He himself had very European features that allowed him to pass as a white man, and this tended to get him in trouble when people realized his heritage. From his own words, the day he was discovered, a member of higher management accompanied by 2 factory overseers dragged him out of his workstation and beat him black and blue. The next day, he was told he could either relocate or have charges filed against him. This sounds like the worst company to work for ever. With this list of rules, stated and unstated, you can understand how miserable it was to be a worker of these factories. Life was difficult and unfair, filled with contradictory guidelines and intentionally vague wording that could see you punished at a moment's notice. Of course, this is just a portion of what made the company so terrible. We still have much more to discuss in other articles, such as the dangers associated with working at Bartleby. Sorry, I just saw something a little alarming on my stream setup. That was scary. Oh, I had a lot of dropped frames for a second. What the hell? That's weird. It was scary. I came back. I just looked and I saw my usually green bars that indicate, oh, your stream is working well. They were all the way down to 1 bar and it was red, and I was like, what? And then they switched right back, and I was like, okay. And apparently I had some dropped frames at one point, which usually doesn't happen. Well, whatever, I guess. Of course, this is just a portion of what made the company so terrible. We still have other videos. Bartleby brands against protection rights. Panic. When did I unlock this? Factory number 9, Bartleby's biggest factory, had a similar set of rules, but notably featured 4 additional guidelines. This was presumably due to the accident-filled history of the location, as well as the sheer scale of the factory. In our factory tour package, we mentioned the workers at Factory 9 complaining of a constant hum, possibly due to faulty machinery or rogue bee colonies. As soon as seen in the above rules, factory management chose to enforce the penalties the complaints rather than take any steps to resolve them. Jesus. Alright. Watch or participate in 1-2 stream together sessions within Fright Fest category on Twitch. And stream did I get this from? I mean, I probably it probably gave me, I don't know. Created in 1930. Oh, let's listen to the Beatrice B.E. song. Hopefully, it's not as bad as the other song we had to listen to today. That was so good. That was the kind of thing I would hear in an elevator, but like absolutely still a fucking vibe. Like, holy shit, I love it. Lyrics transcribed through the golden clouds and cookie leaves. Flies the lovable huggable Beatrice B. Carried aloft on golden hair, spreading pleasant dreams and candy trails. Her wings are white as sugar mills. Her teeth are just as bright. Her eyes sparkle with delectable glee. Her dress is sown in sunlight. Her majesty, her excellence, the bringer of all good things. Her candy-coated queenliness, be of royalty. She flies from me right to you, on your lips of sweet honeydew. From her candy kingdom far beyond, the humming presence says so long. But don't cry, don't fret. Buttleby Brands is not through yet. Our sweets are always here to stay. And when our queen has flown away, we spread her word and her decree that you are candy royalty. When you stay at our candy shops in the USA, you will never know again a world not sweet, a world that's bland. Through the cotton clouds and cookie leaves. Sorry. Flies the lovable, huggable Beatrice B. Alright. Neat. Created in 1935 with the introduction of the character Beatrice B.E. to the public. The song is once again sadly without a composer or list of singers I can put names to. I feel like I have stated this many times in these Bartleby Brand related articles to the point it must be annoying to read once again. It's annoying that they don't credit anyone in these fucking in Bartleby. Like, what the fuck? I have to emphasize this is lack of credit, however, because it makes it extremely difficult to discuss these artifacts and their importance/history when the details of their creators are unknown. It's sad too. You don't get the personal touch the other site articles have that make the object feel truly loved and looked after. The most I can say is that the song was reused several times in Beatrice's lifespan, usually for special company events and devotions, even the road commercial. However, as mentioned elsewhere, Flight of the Carpenters dominated the majority of BB's branding and advertisements. Oh, good. The song feels so truly what Beatrice is like as a character. From her playful melodies and her nature as a bee, it really was a delight to listen to when I worked on these articles for the update. Another reason I'm curious about the creators of the song is that once again a persistent humming noise has been implemented in the track. I didn't hear the humming noise. I would love to have known what exactly the intent behind the creative decision was. Perhaps it was to imply the presence of bees, or just simple ambience. Regardless, it makes for a memorable tune. You can really imagine Beatrice flying from place to place, spreading candy and joy when listening. Okay, so we're at time, and we didn't even finish all of this shit. So, I again encourage you to go looking yourself. I'm gonna be doing that. If I find anything interesting, as I said, I will probably post it. But like, holy shit. This is a big update. We haven't even gotten to the secrets yet. And I cannot wait to find the cool little secrets and nuggets of information. We got like one secret in there. But, what are my plans for the rest of the week is a good question. Because I had stated, hey, I'm gonna take the rest of the week off. Because I wasn't feeling the best. What'll happen is tomorrow. So you're gonna do stuff on your own instead of on stream? Yeah. For this at the very least, I will have. As I said, if I find anything interesting, I will of course post about it in the Discord. But in terms of Saturday and Sunday, what's gonna happen is if I feel like I can absolutely, if I feel good, I can absolutely like go on and stream Resident Evil 2. And if I finish Resident Evil 2 with some time to spare, we can probably go back onto the site, and by then I'll probably have some secrets to show you. And then Sunday, again, if I feel good, if I feel like I can stream that day, I will absolutely be doing the Wheel roguelikes. So hopefully I will see you tomorrow. But until I do, I hope you're all having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live, and bye. Don't forget to explore on your own if you want to.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.